Hello, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we have a big build and we're going to build a cross-platform e-commerce application. And this was intended to be a premium course. I've done everything. Actually, if I can show you just a second, I had done this to be a premium course where we are building a cross-platform e-commerce with React Native Expo, having a Next.js admin using a Hono API. I've done this and I'm making this for free. This was really serious. I had already set up everything to make this course and everything, but I'm just going to make it for free on YouTube, guys. So let me just break down what we're just going to build. So we are going to build a mobile app. So this is going to be an e-commerce mobile app with authentication, add to cart, orders, Stripe. It has all the functionalities for the e-commerce. And then we're going to build the same thing for now a web application. We're going to have also the product listing cart, and the admin will be able to create the products, categories, departments, and all those nice things. And then we have the Hono API backend. So if I can talk about the tech stack right now, we're just going to use the API backend. We're going to use Hono. We're going to use Prisma, Postgres, Clark, Scala for the docs, and Stripe for payments. And then we're just going to use for the mobile app, we have Expo and React Native. And then we have React Query for data fetching and doing everything. Clark for authentication, React Hook Forms for the forms we'll be having. And then we have the web application, the same thing. We have the Nextjs 15, React Query, Shard CN, Clark Auth, and the backend, of course, going to use Hono. So this is really so much exciting. And today in this very episode, I'm just going to promise that this should not go beyond 4 episodes. Actually, just maximum 5 episodes, but I want to make it up to at least 4 episodes to make sure that this is as short as possible for you guys to finish it. So in today's episode, we have done a lot of work and a lot of things has been already done for what we have done today. So today we managed to put all things together. We have a lot of starter kits for what we have been building. We already had the starter kit for the backend, which I'm giving you guys. Then we have the mobile app starter kit, which I'm also giving you. So you're going to have a mobile app starter, which is already having Expo, React Native, and of course here we have native wind here. So here we have native wind. So I'm already giving you that, and then also I'm giving you the one for this. I'm also giving you the one for Nextjs 15 starter kit, and then you also have 2 more starter kits. If you just go here, by the way, we have them summarized. These starter kits. If you just go back to Next.js Academy, just like this, the starter kit has all here. We have 5 starter kits. The Hono API. Now we have the one for the mobile UI starter kit. This one has about 5 apps that are already having pre-made templates, like the Amazon e-commerce, Nike. We have authentication screens. We have more than 100 reusable components that I've added in that, and I'm giving it so that we move so fast. Okay, we move somehow faster. So in today's episode, what we managed to do, actually, I was planning to make these 2 episodes, but I'm just going to join them to make 1 episode. So we managed to set up everything. So after setting up everything, means we have 3 applications. If you look at them, we have the API, we have the mobile, and we have the web. So we have set up our 3 applications, as you can see, API, mobile, and web. we went ahead and connected the API to the mobile and also to the web. And to show you that we actually connected, if you just simply go to our web, so this is the web. So this is the web. So you can see the web already has a lot of categories. This is from the CD, the seeding. So we went ahead and seeded a lot of data. So you can see we have a lot of categories. And if you look at these categories are the same as the categories from our API. So where is the API? So this is the API. It has a lot of things. So they have the banners, categories, brands, products, banners, orders, and stats. So we already have a lot of work done in the first episode. So we made to do this. So if I show you the products, that the ones which are nice to show. So down here we have, let me just go down here. We have products. So you see the first product we have here is this desk caddy, file organizer, modern coffee table. So if you look at these products and you look at the same products we have in React Native here, desk caddy, file organizer, modern office, ergonomic office. So we have these products coming from the same API like this one. So that means that the front end, the back end, and the front end, our API and our front ends are all now in sync, connected. We haven't built out the UI, which we're just going to do in the next episodes. But you can see in this episode, we're focusing on finishing the API backend. And we went ahead also, we designed, of course, the database. We learned how to design this database together. We did seeding the files. We created the endpoints, and we finally connected these with the front end. We haven't done any designs, which are going to come in the next episode, where we're going to build a beautiful UI. Okay, we're going to build a very, very nice, beautiful front end for both for the web and also for the mobile app. And this is going to be really, really exciting. So if you are so much excited for this build and to get started, just start by liking the video. If you haven't subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe. And let's dive into the build. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we are going to build a cross-platform e-commerce application. And this is so much exciting because for the first time we have been building the e-commerce platforms using Next.js backend. And for the first time, we are going to use, first of all, a different backend language. And the second thing is that we are not only building a web application, we are also building a mobile app application. And this is going to have, it's going to be powered by the Hono backend, the API. We're also going to use Stripe for payments. So I'm so much excited for this series we're going to build, and I'm just going to try to make it as short as possible, maybe to 5 episodes or even below. So I'm just going to make sure that we have this done. I'm so much excited right now because I haven't built something like this. You know, I've been building a lot of things, but never done this kind of infrastructure and the same flow where we have the backend, the API backend powering our mobile app and our web app. So this is something which is very exciting. So if you're just like so pumped, just grab your cup of coffee and just going to get and dive in. Okay, so let's get started. So just going to first start by breaking down the technologies we are going to use in this build. We have a lot of things we are going to build: the mobile app, the web application, and the API. So we need to break down all the technologies, all the main technologies we are going to use in all these technology, this build we are going to have. So let's start with the API backend. So on the backend, we're just going to have, let me just start here. So of course it is powered by Hono. So this is powered by Hono, and we're just going to have Prisma. We'll have Postgres. We have Postgres for the backend database. And then I think another thing we're just going to have, we have Hono, Prisma, Postgres. We'll have Clark for auth. We'll have Scala, and Open API for docs. So this is briefly our backend. And then, so I know some people who say that there is someone who commented on some video on YouTube that wherever he sees Clark authentication, that is his turn off. I don't know where he gets that vibe of seeing Clark and you get turn off, when most of the startups, if it is not 80 to 90% of the startups, are using Clark authentication. So one way or the other, if you're a developer, you will have to deal with Clark in one or the other. And I also went ahead, that is like about 1 week or 2 weeks ago, I went ahead and did, I think it's like 1 week actually, I did this a poll in our subgroup, and you can see like a lot of people voted for Clark and Beta Auth. Okay, of course Beta Auth still have some issues with the mobile app, Expo and Hono. I like Beta Auth, it's really good. So when they fix their problems, I will probably make another version using Beta Auth. Okay, Auth.js is still having no connection with Expo. Okay, but it has, I think, with Express, but it doesn't have with Expo, and so this one is cut off. So I don't know why this person gets this vibe of saying that I can't use Clark because Clark is a paid tool when the free tier is up to 10,000 monthly active users. I'm not sponsored in any way by Clark. So someone was on the video and was like, I think this is an advert for them. This is a what? I don't know why you get that vibe, because I didn't even include a link anywhere for Clark. I just simply use it as normal as possible. Yeah. So, but if you have any different backend you'd want to use, like for authentication, you could just go ahead and use it. Okay, but otherwise, this is going to be our backend. Let's go ahead and look at our front end. So the front end, we have a web application and we also have a mobile app. So for the web app, of course, we have our Next.js here 15 that we're just going to use. We'll use, so basically that's the front end is going to use Next.js. We'll also use React query, and then we'll use also shard CN for components, and of course we'll use Clark also this side. So we just use Clark and work together with, so we use Clark. And then is there anything else? I don't know if there is anything else, because then we're just going to use, of course, Hono API. Okay, so just going to connect to this. As you can see here, Hono backend is going to connect with the backend here. And then let's go ahead and see for the mobile app. So for the mobile app, of course, we have Expo and React Native. And then we have just going to use also React query. Okay, we have React query. Then we'll have React query, and then of course we have Clark. And then finally we're just going to have for the forms, we're just going to use, I think, are we going to use Zod? We're just going to use React hook forms. Okay, I'm just going to use React hook forms for that matter. Okay, so this is going to be our tech stack. If I could just say tech stack. So this is going to be our tech stack we're just going to use in this build. So how do we get started? That is the next question. How do we get started? Getting started. So you know how we have been doing this on getting started. So we're just going to have a couple of things. By the way, here we also have Stripe. Okay, just going to have Stripe. Of course, it's going to connect both on the front end and on the back end. There is Stripe. So we have Stripe. So how we are getting started, we have been working on different things. At least we have done a tutorial about the Hono. If you just go on my YouTube channel right now, let me just go on the YouTube channel and I show you something. And if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button and like this video so that YouTube can actually suggest this to as many people as possible. So if you just look, we have this man stack where we use Next.js and Hono. So I'm just going to use this starter kit. So for the first time also, we have 5 starter kits at the same time. We're going to use a lot of stuff we have done in previously. We have, for instance, this one, Clark authentication. We have this man, the Hono stack. Okay, so let me just go here for a second. You can just go to Next.js Academy, nextjsacademy.com, and then you're going to find this full stack dev starter kit bundle. Just click on this. Okay, and now you can close this one. So this developer starter kit bundle, which I'm making $25, and you can see I would have made this 300. If you just go ahead and see what you're just going to get here, we're just going to have the Hub Stack Simple or starter kit. You all know this one. Let me just say simple auth. I'm just going to go on GitHub, and I want to first show you this one. So we have just going to say simple auth. Okay, so we have this one. Okay, we have this one. So this one is also included. It has the agency, it has the changelog feedback, docs, it has these payments. That's why actually we want it. It has this nice embedded checkout. Not only one, it has really nice. I'm just going to use this one during the checkout. That's why I brought in this one, so that we use this on checkout. This is using embedded checkout, which I really like. Okay, so nice. So the second one in the pack, we have the Next.js 15 starter kit. So this one is the one we built in this video here, this new stack. Just also going to show you just a sample here. So I'm just going to say I'm just going to say Next.js, and it is this one with Clark elements. So just going to use this one, which has this really modern, nice UI without any Clark logo, but it implements the login with this one. So the next thing in the starter is the mobile UI starter kit. So this mobile UI starter kit is a list of pre-made components that I've made over time for Expo. It is composed of very many things. Let me just show you here. So this is the app here. And if you click on apps, you'll see that we have a lot of apps here: shoes, fitness, WhatsApp, tickets, and all these ones. So if I click, let's say, on Ecommerce, okay, so you can see that we have some pre-made stuff with even detailed pages. Okay. So, and then we have also the cart. So we have a lot of pre-built UI components that I put together, and we're just going to be using them in this application. Like this is just having Amazon, Nike, and so many other components that we're going to be looking at. Then the next one is the Hono API. This one, you know it, the Hono API, which we're just also going to use. So if I just go here also, so we have this one, the Hono API starter kit, this. So we, I think there is also this one. I'm not sure if it is this one, but is the one we have. It uses, actually, let me just look for. I'm just going to go back here. And just say first look for Clark. So we just have this one, Hono Clark starter kit. This one. Okay, so this is what we have. You can see it is deployed on Vercel. So we just go ahead and also deploy it on Vercel. So like then the last one, which is Expo mobile app. So this one is the one which has the Hono integration with Clark Mobile. So this is the one we built in this video here. So basically we have all these things that we're just going to get, and we're going to use these ones for faster development and to get started really easily. So as you can see, you're getting a lot of value. So if you just look at these different templates, already this one original, I'm setting it 69. This one. So you have 5 starter kits that you're not going to use only in this project. You're going to be using them in all your projects. Okay. I've given you have the components for the mobile app. You're just going to be using them, and I'm going to show you how to use them. And then we have the API starter kit, of course, which comes with the documentation, comes with TypeScript, with all this nice stuff. So you get all these ones at 25, and the reason why I put at 25, I know most of you cannot afford. When I put at 50, most just go in inbox. Please, you have made it so high, we cannot manage it. We are students. I'm trying to make this because to make these things really take time. Okay, if you can't appreciate that, really, I don't know. Like, this takes a lot of time to really create these things. And that's why I try to sort of understand that some of you are students and are making, some people even take advantage of this. You hear someone who is having an actual company, he comes and buys this and he wants to, to use it for their company. So, but I always just put these prices only targeting the students who can't afford to pay high tickets like of $100. But otherwise, I would go for something like 150, but just stick to 25. And if you have to buy only using the link in the description, because if you try to access it from other links, you might just get at a different price. Okay, so just simply stick to the link in the YouTube description. So if you're ready, just click on get or 5. I don't know why it is get or 4. Let me just go back here for a second. I'm just going to go here and change whatever I have. I have 4. I'm just going to say get or 5. Okay, get or 5. And I'm just going to go ahead and push this. Okay, nice. So after this, you just get on this page. Now, when you say go onto this page, okay, so you can see like you have 275 of this. So let me just go to this product. Just click on what I want this, and then it will just like take you. Just go ahead and so I just want to go to I show you how it looks on the dashboard. So this is the one. So you just get a folder like this one. So you just get a folder, and if you see inside this folder, you will have 5 things. Okay, you will have 5 things. You will have the simple or starter kit, the Next.js Clark elements, Hono API, Expo UI elements, and Expo Clark. So you should be having all these 5 files, and you just go and simply go ahead and download all of them at once. Okay, so you will now have a folder like this one. Let me just remove these ones. So you will have a folder with these 5 files. And now let's just get started on how to use these files. Okay, so after you have finished downloading, so you will get you will download this this folder here, Ultimate Full Stack Dev Starter Bundle. So you just simply click on download all. So this one will give you all these 5 files. So that's what you want. You need to get all these 5 files, the 1 2 3 4 5. So you need to have these 5 files at the beginning. So after having these files, I'm just also going to go ahead and create my new folder. We just go here and YouTube builds. I'm just going to create a new one. I'm just going to create cross-platform e-commerce. Cross-platform e-commerce, like this. And this is where I'm just going to add all my 3 applications. So out of these, they downloaded folder you created. I just need to choose only 3 that are going to work as the starter. So I just need, the first one is Expo. The second one is going to be this Hono API, and the third one is this Next.js Clark elements. So these are the 3 applications you need. You need Next.js Clark elements, Hono API, and Expo Clark. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to copy those and then go to this folder I've created, cross-platform e-commerce, and I will paste these 3 zipped files. So let's just go ahead and unzip one by one. So I will start with the first one, which is Expo. So I will unzip this one, extract. Okay, so you see, you get this one. So if you just go back here, you see that you have this file here. Now I can delete this, the Expo Clark zipped file. I can delete that one. You could also just like make sure you still have the original ones here, so that if you are using them in other projects, you're able to find them here. Then we'll rename this one. I'm just going to rename this. I will rename this one to mobile. So I'm just going to rename to mobile. I don't want capital mobile. Just going to say mobile, just like this. And then the second one is this one. Also, just go ahead and extract this. And then I'm just going to rename this. This is Hono Clark Starter Kit. So this one's going to be API. So I'm renaming it as API. Let me see. Just a second in this. Oh, so make sure that you are just renaming nicely. So I'm just going to get this. I don't want it to be inside a folder, so I'm just going to basically create here mobile. Let me just say mobile 2, and let me add this. So let's just delete this. Okay. And then just name it back to mobile. So when you open the app, let me just do this. Mobile 2. I don't want to have inside mobile to have another folder, Expo Clark main. I just want to have the actual code. So I'm just going to do is we just either just get everything cut, and then let me just go to this one. Okay, and now I can delete this. So let me just go ahead and delete this, and then rename this to mobile. So when you open mobile, you should just see the code. You should not see another folder. Like you can say have mobile, and when I open mobile, I see this code for the mobile app. The same thing with this. I'm just going to copy everything. And then outside, I'm just going to create a new folder called API. Okay. Then I will delete this one. And lastly, we have this. So I will also extract. So you could just use WinRAR, you say extract here. So inside you can see for this one, you can see it there. So I will just go ahead and also rename this web. So I will rename this to web. I'll just rename it as web, just like this, and then delete this. So basically at the end, after you have removed all, you should have 3 files: API, which has our API code, and then you should have mobile, which has the mobile app code, and then you have the web, which have the web application. So you can just now go ahead and open this. So you can open this in VS Code. And now I can just go ahead and remove all others. So let me first close all others. I'm just going to remove all others. Okay, so I have removed all others. So now I have 3. I have the API, I have the mobile, and I have the web. Okay, so you can just go ahead and let's start with the API, because the API will be powering all of them. So let me go to the terminal. Okay, I can just go to the terminal, and I have so you can see we are in the Ecommerce. So I'm just going to cd into the API, and then I will first start by installing the dependencies. So if you just go inside the API, just say npm install. So this one is going to go ahead and install the dependencies. I will also open the second terminal. Okay. And I will also cd into, so this is the API. I will cd into the web. And then I will just start npm install also. And then the third one here, I will also cd into mobile. So cd into mobile. And you can also run npm install. So in the mobile, yeah, which is this one, you can also run npm install. So basically, if you look at your terminal here, we have the terminal very nicely arranged. One for API, one for web, one for mobile. So you should also have these 3 like this. So I'm just going to go back into the API. I'll just go inside the API. Okay, so you can see everything has been finished here. I will just say clear. Okay, nice. So the first thing I want to do inside the API, if you look at the .mv example, so we have here a .mv example. So basically this is what we need. Okay, so we'll of course eventually need also the resend API key. So let's just go ahead and set up all these ones as early as possible. Then just like help you know how to set up all these ones, because we'll be able to send the emails, all those nice things. So it's good that we do the setup as early as possible. So I will copy this and I put them inside the actual env now. So right click inside the API and create .env like this, and let's paste here. So you can see now we have the port, then the development, log info, and so we just need these two values. For this one, we actually don't need this JWT secret. I'm just going to remove it. And also for the start, we might just not need the reset, the resend API key. So the resend API key, we're just going to use it in the future. So for now, we can remove it, and we only need the database URL. Okay. Then for the front end, also right now, we do not need the front end URL. I don't think so. So I'm just also going to remove it so that we have as few variables as possible. So basically what I need right now is a database URL. Okay. So what I'm just going to do is getting a database URL. Okay, I'm just going to go to the site. So depending of why you want to get this, you can use Prisma Postgres, you can use Neon Postgres. Like you have a lot of choices you can use. Okay, so you can just say Prisma Postgres like this. So you can just say look at the Prisma Postgres, more especially. I don't know if they have a good pricing for the database. I'm not sure if these for the database. Yeah, Prisma Postgres. So if you have your own database, then yeah, I don't think you just need to do anything. But if you look at the free tier here, they say first operations free, then 18 per million, or this one storage for free, then $2 per GB, 10 databases, no spend limits, 5 AI performance. So you can also just go ahead and say Neon, Neon like pricing. Okay, they look at just like the free tier. So you see they give you 10 projects. Here they give you, okay, I think 10 databases. I'm not sure. Oh, they give you here 10 projects. In terms of database, I don't know. Here they give you then 1 GB storage. Here they give you 0.5 GB storage. Okay, and yeah, no spend limits, no automated backups, and then okay, so the 500, I don't know what this means. Operations, 100K operations. But then if you just look at upgrading, this is 19 dollar per month. If you look at this, is that the Pro is scary, because if you see Pro is $49 per month, you get 5 GB. Let's see the side here, you get 10 GB. So you see that Neon, at some point, Neon looks really much better. The problem with the free tier here is only 0.5 500 GB Yeah, they give 1 GB. I don't think that is like a like at the beginning the big deal. So you can't just choose. You have to choose what's it for in terms of in the future when you're expanding, because there is where I'm paying actually $19 per month for database on on Neon, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and log in, see which account I'm using. Let me just see. I think it is not. Let me see. You can select this one. This one I have all the maxed out all the projects. I'm just going to go to Neon. I just want to see the one where I'm actually paying. I'm just going to. You will eventually, like, you can create, of course, multiple accounts with your Google accounts, but eventually when you start to get a big project, then you might actually need to start like really paying. I'm not sure which one is I'm supposed to upgrade. Okay, I'm just going to simply go ahead and first pause, find the account that I normally use, and then I'll be back. Okay, so I've gotten one to use here. I'm just going to go ahead and use this one. So we just go here and create a new project. So I'm just going to call this cross-platform e-commerce. Cross-platform e-commerce. Now I will just like name it the name of also the name of the e-commerce we're just going to build. But just like name it this one. Select the region. So I'm just going to go with London. I'll create here. And then you can just click on connect. So here they give us Django. Just simply choose the one you want here. Just choose Prisma. And then it will just give us this. So just go ahead and copy the database URL. Go back here in the API env and just go ahead and do this. Okay, then now you can close this and also this one. So after adding the database URL, you have to check one thing. So just go inside the source env.ts and let's remove also all comment out. So for instance, we don't need the JWT. So you can see we have also other things we need: the Clark secret key and the Clark publishable key. The front end, we might just also not need this. So check in our actual env, we have only 4. So go back in this and database, Clark, log level. So these ones we have them. Database, we have it. Now we just need to get these the Clark secret key and the Clark publishable key. So you just need to go ahead and let's open Clark. Okay, just then you can go to your dashboard. And then I'm just going to go ahead and click create another another one. So we just go in here, create a new project. Okay, so this is why we need the name of the name of the project, because we're going to be using this name here. So I just want to get inspired by this Momo market. I just want it to be something like this. So I'm just going to say call it maybe I'm just going to call it Ecommerce Pro. For failure to get a better name, I'm just going to call it Ecommerce Pro, just like this. I wanted to call it Smart Commerce, or this is Hub e-commerce or something, but just going to leave it as Ecommerce Pro, just like this. So we're just going to leave the same things. We have the email, we have the Google. We can just also, do we really need GitHub? We don't need GitHub in our e-commerce, so you might just no need to use GitHub. I think you don't need GitHub at any point. So we're just going to leave this. Phone number, I don't know. So you just say you can use also phone. Just leave the email address and this one, only those two. So then go ahead and create. Okay. So then after doing this, you can click on configure. This is why you need to add other things. So on the email address, I'm just going to take on first name and last name. Okay, so you can also click on require first name and last name, like this. Then username, you can just like leave that one. Then here verify by clicking a link sent to the email address, verify by entering a 1TP send this. Just going to leave the this. I don't know if you can use both. So here they have put this. Consider using email codes instead, as links have been found to have poor conversion rates. Okay, so just leave it like that. So that is the sign up, and in the sign in option, users can sign in with a one-time send the email address. Okay, so I think that's it. Save. Okay, so I think that's the only thing we needed, like this. So what we need now is going to be organization, users, overview. I think that's it. So the next thing is getting our API key, and so you can just say here set up a clerk. So we have the publishable key and the secret key. So we need these two. I'm just going to go back here. So we have clerk secret key and clerk publishable key. Go to the .env and then paste these ones. So while we have this clerk secret key, that is okay. And then we don't need this next public. If you look at this, it's supposed to be clerk publishable key. So go back here and simply remove this public thing. So you have the clerk publishable key. Okay, so that's what we want. We are done with setting up our env. Okay, then after this, we also have here the sort of a seed file that we could run to have some test data. So if right now I just go ahead and run this, so make sure you are inside the API. Let's run p npm. Before we do that, we just need to go ahead and but run the migrations. We delete this migrations file. Let's start by running the migrations. npx prisma migrate dev -- name init, just like this. So this one is going to go ahead and create a migration for this schema that we have. Okay. You just give it some few seconds to just go ahead and run this. Okay, so the migration is now in sync. So now we can run p npm dev, and you can see that the server is running on port 8000. So basically we can just open this in the browser, and now this is what we have. We're just also going to edit this here. I will show you how we're going to change this, but so far this has all what we want. Now if you scroll down here, there is docs. You can click on the docs, and we have all these ones. Okay, if we just go like products, I don't think we have any products. Let's test. So you can see we have no any products. So if we want, we can just go ahead and seed, but I'm just going to leave that. We have, if you just go inside the Prisma, there is a seed file. Okay, there is a seed file. I'm just going to go, and so there is this seed file which is creating the categories. And then after the categories, you can see we have here the products. And then we now come here and seed categories and also seed the products. So I'm just going to change the seed in the future. For now, let's just leave it like this. Okay, we should just leave it like this. Okay, so that is set up nicely. Let's go ahead and run our web. So I'm just going to run the web right now. So just go in the second terminal where we have web, and I'm just going to say p npm dev. So if you just also go in the, it doesn't have the .env, but we will have one environmental variable which is going to be for the API. If you go inside the web, you go actions, and you go to where we have this, the data, you will see that you need next public API URL. So we're just going to create this for our backend. So I will add the env inside the web, create .env, and let me just go ahead and add this next public API URL. You can just even actually call it, I don't think that is why we are going to reference this in the front end. why you may just need to name it Next Public is if you are sure you're going to use it in the front end pages to call this. But I'm not sure if you're going to do that, because we want everything to be called from the actions, which actions are on the server for that case. So I may just actually change this into something like API URL, just like this. So copy this, okay, and let's go to the env and just say is equal to, and now you can copy this link we have here, localhost 8000. So if you remember, we have our database, our API running on this localhost 8000. So copy this to 8000, just like this. Now be careful, because in the data here we are saying we first check if it is there, then if it is not, then we use this one. Okay, we use this one. I'll just go and show you in a second. So if you go back to the web, let's go here in the browser. Let's say localhost 3000. Okay, so this is the 3000. If you click on store, you can see that there are no categories and there are no products. And because this now is using it is using this API URL, and our API is this side. So if you just go ahead and create a category, let's say I go to our API, which is this one. So you see there are no products. So if you choose to go ahead and create like a category here, let's just go to categories. Categories post here. So this is post, and if you just go to test here, let's say a name, and we say test category slag test category, and then the image, we can just leave the image now, and then you say here unauthorized. So you see you need to be logged in to be able to create the categories, and the login you need is supposed to be on the site. So what you also need, because we are using Clark, okay, because we are using Clark on the Next.js, we are using Clark, you need to set these. If you remember, just copy these ones and then add them inside the env like this. And by the way, we need also to, maybe in the future, to create the .env.example, but I just need API and then add these ones. So I'm just going to go ahead and restart this. I guess it has restarted. Yes, yes. I'm just going to go here. Maybe let's restart. since we have just added the environmental variables. Okay. Now we can first go ahead and sign up. Okay. We can just go ahead and first sign up, refresh actually. Go to the sign up. Okay, it is saying something went wrong. The application encountered an error. So if you check here in this, okay, we need to have, I think, more things inside here, inside the env. So let's just go ahead and add in more stuff, because we have custom pages. So I'm just going to go ahead and add in all these environmental variables just in a second. Okay, here are the extra variables we need to put. We need the API URL. This is our backend. Then we need the Clark publishable key, and then the Clark secret, and then we need Clark sign in URL, which is going to be the sign in. And then we have the sign up, Clark sign up URL, then Clark sign in fallback redirect, and then Clark sign up fallback redirect. So just need these routes. Now we can just go ahead and start again. Like, you can now refresh. I'm just going to go back to the localhost 3000, and I'm just going to stop the server. Let me start again. Okay, so one thing that we need to do here, if you go into our sign up components, because we changed one thing, I just want you to go to, we removed the GitHub, signing in with GitHub. So I'm just going to go back to app, auth, and I will just have these two, sign up and sign in. So just go inside this page, and we need to remove some few things. So if you just go down here, you will see somewhere where you have GitHub, I believe. So you can see we have here this card having the GitHub. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment out the GitHub. Okay, comment out the GitHub. The same thing, I'm just going to do it in the sign in. I will look for where we have the connections. I will comment out this GitHub connection. Might be something that is stopping. So I will refresh one more time. Let me make sure that the server is running here. So let's go ahead and click on the sign up. Okay, so you can see this time we have the sign up coming because the problem was on GitHub. We had removed the GitHub because we don't need it. So one thing I'm just also going to do, instead of saying grid cores 2, I'm just going to simply say grid cores 1, and the same thing even here, grid cores 1 instead of grid cores 2, so that this one finishes the whole entire space. So if I just do this, yeah. So you can just go ahead and use this, the email address, or you can use Google. So I'm just going to go ahead and use Google. So you can just see this. And by the way, we're just going to customize this, what we can remove, and we have customized Clark to use our own Google ID and everything, but for now we can just leave it like that. Okay, so you can see now we are actually authenticated, you can see, and that's why you can see even the link to go to the dashboard. Nice. So that means if I go back to my API, I should be now authenticated. Let me just do this. Now I just want to go ahead and do again the post. You can just go ahead and test. And then let's go ahead and add this. Test category slug test category, and the for image you can leave it null. Let's go ahead and send. And you can see I've been able to create it because I'm signed in this application, and I've been able to actually create this category. And if you just go back to the store, okay, so you can see that in the store we have now one category, test category, okay, that has been created on our API. So far so good. The same thing with the products. So that one will be okay. We're just going to look at that in the first setup. So right now what we are doing is we simply want to set up everything to work. So right now we just know that our API works, and also our e-commerce also works. Okay, so now what we just need also to set up the mobile. So if we just go back to the mobile, so I'm just going to minimize the web. Let's go to the mobile here. So the mobile also, we just need the env. So you might just actually find that I did not add the .git ignore here. How comes? Oh yeah, it has .env.local. So you just going to find this here. Please go ahead and remove this. Let's go ahead and add our publishable key. So just go in your this is very dangerous, guys, by the way. Just need to always put the .git ignore. You're supposed to always add .env, just like this here. In fact, .env, just like this. So I'm just going to go ahead in the I will just go in the web and just go in the env. Just get this publishable key. I'll just copy the publishable key, go back to the mobile, env, and just say, I'll just go here, replace this. And then here, just going to replace it as Expo, Fabric, Clark. Let me hope it was the one, Expo, Fabric, Clark. Yeah. So this is going to be also Expo, public class publishable key. This is the only thing you want. Of course, we will also add the API URL. I'm just going to copy this. Go back to the mobile at the web. Let's copy also this API URL. So we just be using this API. Minimize the web. Go inside the mobile. So here we're just going to add this, and you make sure you also add Expo public API URL. So you just need to do it like this: Expo public API URL, just like this. Nice. So now let's go and start the app. So we have Expo mobile. Make sure you turn to the Expo mobile tab. So after installing all these, I'm just going to clear like so. And you can run npm start. Okay. Can run npm start. Okay, nice. So at this point, we have the Android. We can just open, because I already have this open here. So I'm just going to say A to open it in this Android here. Okay. And I'm just going to simply say R to reload the app. Okay. So our app is loading. Okay, so finally it has bundled. So we expect to see it here. Okay, so if you just go inside the mobile here, you can see that in our app we have the front end pages where we have the home, and then we have also the tabs. You can see they have here the products. Then you can see we have this function, fetch products, and so we just simply need to make sure that we switch on this. You can see right now we are getting these products from here, and then we go and map them, and then we create something like this. Okay, so we can also connect our API here. So where we have this, we can just go ahead and connect to our API. If I just can quickly just go back to web, I'm just going to go back to web actions where we have the data. So if you just look at this where we have the API here, you can see we are putting /API then categories. So you might just prefer to include this on the API, or you might just not. It depends on what you want. Okay, so basically it's going to be something like this. I'm just going to go ahead and also again reload. Sometimes that's how Android is. Just reload one more time, and this is going to go ahead and get all our products. Yeah, so finally we have here the products. Nice, like this. Nice. So now here we're just using this. If you just go inside the, and then you go to mobile. In the mobile, if you just go to API, I have mobile. Let me just close everything here. Close this. And let's go back to app, tabs, and this index. This is where we have this fetch. So if you see where it is inside the data. We'll change this soon, but this is where we are fetching all this. So we can just change it and we add our own API. So for instance, we can just come and say localhost 8000. So we can just say this HTTP localhost 8000. Just copy this. For example, the products here, this is the API endpoint. So if you just go to test, so you can see this is the route here. So I can just copy this, Control C, and let me go back here and I add it here like this. Sorry, I need first paste it here. Just copy, then from here up to here, like so. So this should just give us the products. Now, if you look at the products, how the response from this, you can see it has failed right now. Just in a second, we'll fix it. But if you look at the response, what comes back from the response is what we need most. You can just copy this up here, go back in here. I can remove this, paste this one. So basically we have ID, name, slag. So here we have ID, name. Now for the price, we have it as also price. Here as price, and then color, then we have the image. The image is image here, so you can just say image, just like that. And now you can remove this. Okay, so what we need right now is simply go and create at least one product. So if you just go in the app, it's going to show there is nothing here. You're saying fail to fetch products. Let's first add one product. I'm just going to go this side in this. Let's go ahead to post and let's create a product. Let's first get the category that we created here. I'll go to API, get the category, and then I just get this category ID, Control C, and let's go now create a product. We can just go to product here, and let's go ahead and test. So down here you can see we have category ID. Just paste it here. Now we have the image. Let's get a nice image from any of these e-commerce. You can just go here. Let's get this image. Copy image address. Go back to this. And then paste this. Then price, let's make it 100. Buying price, let's go it maybe 50. Description, I'm just going to say this. I could just go ahead and also copy the description of this product. I'm just going to copy this. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this as the description. And then we have Slag. So the name here is going to be Navia. Deep shower gear. So shower gear. And then here you can just say also Navia deep shower gear, just like this. Okay, let's go ahead and create this. So you can see this is now has been created. So now if we first go to our web, so we already have the web. So if I just refresh on the web, I should be able to get a one category and one product here. Nice. You can see it here. Now let's go to the mobile. Let me just reload one more time. First of all, let's go ahead and check if everything is okay. We have localhost 8000 API. Okay, we don't have the V1. Okay, so it is API products. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. And what you just need is to see that product. That's the only thing we just say. We still have the we still have that. Okay, what would be the problem? We can just go ahead and check if the results or this response has anything on this. So if you console.log, I'm just going to go here, console.log the products. Also, maybe we could just also console.log the response. In fact, the result here, because it has products results.data. So what comes back is not having .data, just direct like this. It doesn't have .data. So let's go back. Okay, still we have a problem. So I would want to see this in here. I'm just going to reload the app like so, and see if I can just get a list, some console here. So after getting all these, return fetch. So this is being returned to, let me just go to index where we have this. I wish we could just also just go ahead and console log error. Just see it. Maybe it might guide us. And I'm also going to console log the data here. I will just console log data. Scroll down here. So we still have this, but which I'm just going to go. Log type error network request failed, and here it says undefined. So if you look at the data, is actually undefined. Okay, so basically what we just need is where we are getting these. We have use query, we have this data, and all these are coming from in here. And for some reason now we cannot actually be able to log things from this side. Let me just first go here, copy this, open my HTTP. I'm just going to go ahead and add it here. We just minimize this. Let me just add to this. Send. Okay, so basically you get back an array or something like this. Okay, you simply get back an array. So if we got this response here, we add it in JSON. So we should be able to get the product list here. And now we get the products is result, which is an array. And inside we have item.id, item.name. Okay. Then item.price. And then color, then the item.image. Okay, so we have everything, looks really great. Only that this is not working. I'm just having we can just recommend this. I'm sure that is not working anywhere. I'm just like suspecting the data keyword. Data comes back when it is saying, and this one says network request failed. And then it gives undefined. Okay, I'm just going to do it like this, because in this takes in the it takes in the data. So I'm just going to do is, let me first stop the everything and start it again. Let me hope maybe this. Let me also check. This is HTTP actually, not HTTPS. Everything looks like good. I don't know why. Everything looks good. Okay, so it became null, then undefined. So you can see the error was null, and then this became undefined. Why is the product not fetching this side? And you know, the funny thing says the network request failed undefined. Is it because of the HTTP? I'm not sure if that is the case, because when we had the original URL, the one that we found there, it was working. The problem, we actually have no way of consorting things up. There is no way we can log from this function. It is saying that the network request failed. Okay, so let's first go ahead and put back the one that was there. So if you just do this for a couple of minutes, you have this one. Let me save. Okay, so this one gives us the products. So the only way to confirm this is we can actually first deploy. We can deploy this API, this one, and then we can see. So let's go ahead and we'll just deploy our API. So I'm just going to go ahead and push these things. We're just going to deploy, put all these three apps on the. So let me just go ahead and start pushing them. So I will go on GitHub. Let me go on GitHub. GitHub. We might just need to come back here. Let me just say GitHub. If I can just go to GitHub. Go to GitHub. And let me just say repositories. And let's create here the new repositories. So we're just going to have this, we called it Ecommerce Pro. So I'm just going to say Ecommerce Pro. So there is going to be Ecommerce Pro Web. So for instance, Ecommerce Pro Web. Just make it private, create. So this is going to be for the web. So copy this from git commit, just like this. Control C. Okay, so let's start with the web. Push this to this. Make sure that in the git ignore you have the .env. Here, yeah, you have this .env. And also let's go to the web. So go web, just like this. Control C. So you can see it is not initialized. So you can also right click on the web reveal, go inside, make sure you don't have .git file anywhere. So if you just go back here, you can say git init and git add dot Then you paste this. Okay, nice. Then the second thing, so this one has been pushed here. So I can quickly go to Versailles and add this as we're adding others. So Versailles. I'm just going to go to Versailles. Now you could just run a build, but let's just first go ahead, and we did not change anything. So it should just be able to download. So I have an overview on this problem. I'm just going to fix this. So let me just go to project. Do I need to add this to this side? Anyways, let me just add it here. So we have the Ecommerce Pro Web import, and then we can just go ahead and copy the environmental variables the way we have them here. Copy, Ctrl A, Ctrl C, the way they are, and just go to environment variables and paste them. So you have API, you have all these things. Deploy. So as doing the deployment, let's go again on GitHub and create Ecommerce Pro. So I'm just going to go to repositories, new, and you can just say Ecommerce Pro. So I'm just going to say Ecommerce Pro API. So instead, like this, make it public. Then create the repository. Let's go git, copy this, go back. I'm just going to minimize the web, open the API, env, not env, just simply open the terminal. So let's switch to the API. Let's stop it. Ctrl C, and just going to say git add dot. So in the API, you make sure that also in the git ignore you have .env. So you can just now add the .env and git. Okay, it's going to be git init and git add dot, and just paste this. Let's go back and paste, copy this, and then let's paste it. So this is going just ahead and also push the code. Yeah, so this will push the code here. Okay, this is the API. And lastly, we're just going to have the web. So I'm just going to go. So I kind of just also go to Versailles. I'm not sure if this one. Oh yeah, so this one went through. This one went through nicely. Okay, I'm just going to go back to this. This is up here. Add. And then I'm just going to add project, and then we can just add the API. Now we need to add also the variables. So you can just go ahead and add the variables. Go to the env, copy everything, and then paste them here. Deploy. So let's also put the mobile app. So I'll just go back still on the repositories, create the last one, which is going to be Ecommerce mobile. So I'm just going to say here Ecommerce Pro. I'm just going to say Ecommerce mobile. So this is the last one. Make it private and create. And now let's go ahead and also add this. I'll copy from here and go back to the mobile. So go here in the mobile. Make sure the git ignore also has the env. Now, if you look at it, it shows that it is initialized. Did we actually push the mobile? We have the API. How comes did we push the mobile at some point? Let me just see the two I've created. I've created the two repositories. I'm just going to go ahead and go to repositories just for confirmation. We have the API, and then we have also the web. I want to see what do I have inside here. API, I have the API. Okay. And then the web, I have the web. So I shouldn't have, haven't pushed the mobile, as you can see. So if I just go to the mobile, scroll down to the mobile. Oh, actually I'm seeing, oh, okay, this one is the, maybe you could just see, okay, that's okay. I'm just going to go to the mobile. I don't want to stop this. I simply want to add one more, and I will just cd into the mobile, cd into mobile. So I'm just also going to say git add, so git init, and then git add dot, and then we can just go ahead and push. Okay, so now with that, we should have the mobile here. Just a second. Git mobile. Yeah. So we have also the mobile here. The deployment for this, we'll do it later. Okay, so what I just want to know is if yeah, so even the API went through. I'm just going to go this. Okay, so I will just open this Ecommerce API. Like this Ecommerce Pro API, and let's go and see docs, and let's go to products. And you can test this. Okay, so the products are coming. So what I just need is this. Let me just go back here. I just want to test this. Just remove from here. API products. So this is deployed and has HTTPS. I'm just going to go now back to the, I will just go back to the mobile app. So where we have the tabs index, I'm just going to go here, go to fetch products. I'm just going to comment this. So I'm just going to move this up here and just going to comment it. Let me just add another one, just this one. Now we have to change the name. Price is price, image is image. Okay. So we simply need to go ahead and reload these products just to confirm. Okay, so something is, I think I know what the problem might be. So you can see like we're trying to fetch here, and again it is saying that the fetch has failed. So if you just go back to the API, if you go back to the API to where I'm just going to go to source index. Let me minimize here. So we have our index, then we have our app. So in the app, everything looks okay. So what I want is where we have create app. So we have the middlewares here. So it doesn't seem like we have where we have the cores or anything like that. I would think that we should be having somewhere on the cores or something like that. And it is not having anywhere set. So we could just say I'm just going to say that if I have for some reason, like the for this, remember the HTTP clients are not affected. So I'm just going to first ask maybe ChatGPT or Cloud. If I have this endpoint from a Hono API, it works in the Postman, but it doesn't work in my React Native. Is it due to cause? So you could just like ask this. So he's saying that here network security policy. React Native has strict network security on iOS, and you might need to allow this. Okay, so you have this accept headers content. Headers missing. Your API might expect specific headers. So you have the headers, network permissions. Make sure your app has internet permissions and automatically include this, but check your manifest. SSL. So debugging here. So what I would want is, because we have another one from the Versailles which is working. So what I would assume at this point is something to do with I would assume something maybe to do with if we just go to Hono docs. I'm just going to Hono docs. I will search for maybe cause. So they say cause should be called before the route. I would just like want to allow everything. So you could just say origin star. You can use a function. You can multiple cores if you want. Okay. So they gave us all the possible ways. I just want to modify my cores in my Hono API. Okay. Okay, so add your developmental URLs. So this is for Expo. You can allow this like so. So we can add app.use, and then we add the cause like so. We allow everything, or we could just allow that. Or you can even make it dynamic. Origin, and then you're like include these allowed. Option for more compressive config. Allowed methods, allowed headers. Okay. You could also do something also like this. No, React Native apps typically don't send origin headers. So option 3 with the no origin check is often the most suitable for mobile apps. So you're saying option 3 here. Okay, so we could just use also that. Allow requests with no origin like mobile apps. Okay, so we can also use this one. I'm just going to just simply try add it on this here. We might be having calls, so just going to import this. Just go to here. Just import calls. You can just like fix this. So we have the cause, and then we have the origin. So type boolean is intendable type string. Return allow.include. We could see in the documentation how they use the origin function. Actually, we could just say use the star, just origin star. we could also just say origin. We just add star like this. Yeah. It's going to be slash API slash everything. I'm not sure if this so now we can just go back to the mobile. If you scroll down, we had changed, so I'm just going to go mobile and then go data here where we had this one. So if you just go back to the app, you can see that this has if I reload, okay, so something went. Just reload and see. Okay, so okay, it still gives us that the error right now is different, but it is saying here cannot read property map of an undefined. So I don't know this comes from where, but we have of undefined and defined. Basically it must be this right here. Okay, so can we just right now change put localhost? So I'm just going to say here localhost 8000, localhost 8000, and this is HTTP, I guess. We can first again also test it here to confirm everything is working. Okay, so the server here, we need to start it. So just go to the API and let's start. Make sure that this is running. Yeah. Let's send again. The DNS error, check your URL and try again. Localhost. Okay, localhost. Okay, so copy this. They just take it here. Okay, so we have this. Now we just changed only the I'm just going to go back to mobile. We simply reload the app. So if it fails, I'm just going to go ahead and debug this. So I'll just go ahead and first debug it, and then after we just tell you we are going to do for now. So you can see we still have the type error network request. So I'm just going to debug it in a second and then I'll be back. So finally, I just fixed the bug. So let's just first go in and I explain the findings and what was the root for this bug. So what I've just like found out while working with Expo, the first thing I did was to make sure that I add the cause. So if you go back to our API, you go to source, you go to where we have create app here. So you will see that I've added this block from line 22 to 27. That app.use/API/star. So every time you visit this, I just set the origin to star. This means that all clients, every client can consume our API. This is what it means here. You could set also like you put an array of the apps you want to consume the origin here. But there what I was reading, they said that Expo might not send the origin header, so that's why I'm setting it to star. So just set it to this. That is the first thing, and I've just noted it here saying that make sure you set the cause in your backend API. So I said this. The second thing that I did was on something which I didn't know actually is emulators don't use localhost. Instead, they use the IP address. So if you just look at what we were doing previously in, we're just like putting direct localhost here. So I was putting localhost like 8,000 on this and it was not working. So right now you can see I'm using the actual hosted API endpoint, this one. It is the one which is hosted right now, and you can see clearly it is working, right? It is working. So that is upon the cause. Now for this, if you're going to use, instead of using localhost 8,000, you have to use the IP address because these emulators use a IP address instead of localhost. So to see your IP address, you can just go and check when you start the emulator. When you start the emulator, let me just try to go up here so that I can just maybe help you find it easily. Okay, so you can see this opening Expo. So you can see Expo itself is located on 8081. On this port, so I simply use this 90, 92, 168 like this. It's what I used on here to map to your IP. So just like this. So now what we need is to make sure that when we are in development, we are using this one, and when in production, we are using this one. So that's what I'm just going to say it right now. So I was just searching here on, I was just doing my research here. So what I just need to do is to set these two. So this is in the env. Let's go in the env here. And instead, while we have Expo API URL, I'm just going to do this. Expo API URL. I'm just going to set it to that. And then this also Expo public prod API URL. So we have the production one and the development one. Then we can create a config file. So I'm just going to create config.ts. I can just do this. I'm just going to create this in constants. I'm just going to say config.ts. and I'm just going to paste this. So this exports the config when it is just like this. We can give it type of config right now here. Also export type. Config. Can just say config. Maybe config props. I don't know. So you could just say that this is this one, and we can just say config props, so you can see this is okay. And then we can use it in our fetch. So in our fetch now, we can use something like this. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the products, and then here I'm just going to indicate this. Okay, just add the whole entire response. So let's go ahead and import the config, just like this. Okay, so we can just check if everything is still working. You can simply refresh to make sure that everything is working. Like to know that we are getting from the config, and the config gets from the environmental variables. Yeah, so you can see this works nicely. Okay, so you can also see that the detailed page and everything is working. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we have a basic app that is communicating between all the three applications. So we could just test with the second product. So I'm just going to go on localhost, and let's go and create a second product. So I will create a second product for testing purposes. Let's go here. We could just go and create another second product. How about adding this here? So I'm just going to add this product. I'm just going to go to our API, whether the hosted one or the localhost one, it doesn't matter actually. So I'm just going to go this localhost one, and we just go ahead and put the title, and then the price. We just copy the image. Then other things are we just simply add them. The description, prices, let me just prices, leave them just maybe like this. Let me paste the image. Okay, I will leave the category ID. Now we can just say for this, I'm just going to say Ghania, just like this. And then for the description, we can just leave it like this. Let's send the second one. Okay, so we have the second product created. And if we just go back here, I'm just going to go ahead and refresh. Just like this. And also I'm just going to go in the index. I think it is inside the, the app. I'm just going to go in the mobile app, tabs, index. I'm just going to remove the console that I have. So I have this console here. Just going to first actually remove them. So this is what we're going to confirm. So we can also just make sure that our web API is running. Let me just see the web. So we could just go here on the web, make sure that this is running. Okay. As this one is loading, I'm just going to go to this. Let's load the store. Okay. Okay, so the store has, as you can see here, it has 2 products right now. Then we can also just, let me just reload the again. The emulator normally tends to fast delay, but we eventually load just in a second. If you have your phone, definitely at this point you'll be using your phone. As you can see, the emulator tends to really delay sometimes. And I don't want to use the web because maybe we might just get some issues that we are not seeing on this app. So I'm just going to maybe stop the, I'm just going to stop it and then maybe start it again. Let's go ahead and open the this. So this is already open. I'm just going to press reload. Okay. Yeah. So you can see we have two products, and this is being fetched from the localhost, right? This is being fetched from the localhost, which is really nice. Yeah. So this sets up our application, which is really great. So I think at this point in time, it is 2 hours. I'm just going to actually enter the next segment, whereby we start now designing towards our application. Okay. So I'm just going to go right now and start designing how this application is going to be and everything. So I'm just going to stop this episode at this point, and then we'll resume in the next one. Hello, welcome to our second episode of building a cross-platform e-commerce. So in this episode, just going to start with the API. Just going to look at how we're going to work with our API. And basically the plan of this episode is to see that we do database database modeling. So just going to design, or just going to say database design. Just going to design our database. We'll also go ahead and create so database design, and then we'll create seed files. So this one will just going to lead us to where we have our tables, and then here just going to create the seed file, and then we could also just go ahead and create the API endpoint. So we can create the endpoints, and then we can now integrate the endpoints. So we can just say here, integrate with front end. So we could just try to actually just do some of these activities. So let's start with our database design. So basically we have I'm not going to complicate this, really just want to make it as simple as possible. So when it comes to the hierarchy, we just have a simple hierarchy. So we'll have on top, we'll have the departments, and then inside the departments we'll have let's just say we'll have the categories, and inside the categories we'll have the products. Okay, we'll have the products. So you can see that this is not really a complicated e-commerce, as well as this is not just like a flat e-commerce with only products. At least it has 2 levels or 3 levels. So we have the department, then from the department you have and then you have also here the categories have the products. Okay, so then we have, so if someone comes, when a user comes, so we can just also have like a user on the other hand. So we have here, we have a user, which is going to be a normal user or admin. Okay, we're just not going to have like many roles. We're going to have a user and the admin, and this normal user can create orders. So the admin will be able to create products and create all those things, where the normal user is going to be able to create is going to be able to create orders. They can view their orders, they can search products and all those nice things. And then of course, wherever we have orders, we also have sales. So orders, they have order items, and then now we also have the sales. Okay. You can just also say sales. Okay. So the sales are on the same line as the order items. Okay. So yeah. What else? Then we also have the banners. So on the website, we're just going to have banners. Just going to have banners. Okay. We'll have banners. So if you just go to website like something like this, where you have banners, then you have products, you have departments, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's just go back to this. Which other table do we really need? So we're just not going to make it complicated. Everything starts with when we have a user, and then from a user, just going to look at the banners, departments, categories, and products. And then we have these orders, which are going to be related to products. And we'll be looking at all those relationships. Okay, so I'm just going to go right away and create some of these models. So let's just first see what do we have basically before we do anything. I'm just going to look at what we have in our API. So if you check in the API and you go to schema, and here in the schema, we already have some of these here. So we can see that the user role, we have the admin and the user, which is very simple and nice. Then let's go down here to where we have the user profile. So this user status, this one is okay. We might just not need API key. Really, we don't need the API key. So I will just also go ahead and remove this. Okay. Then we have the category. This one is going to remain. We'll update that. We have product that is going to remain. So I'm just going to remove this one. Okay, so let's just go continue. So we'll just go ahead and start adding in the missing ones. So I have here some of these models so that we can discuss them very fast. Let's start with the department. So I'm just going to bring in the department on top of the category here, like this. So as you can see that the department will have the title and the slug. So I want also the departments to have the banner image, so that if you visit like the department page, you have the banner you can show there. And I don't think like we might just not need it on the mobile, but just like leave it just like this banner. Then we have the description. This one is going to be purposely, these are for SEO on the web. And then we have these is active, so we can also deactivate it or activate it. And then it will have the categories. That means that we need to modify our category to actually include the department ID. So I'm just going to go here. Let's bring in the category. So if we bring in the category, I'm just going to go back here. Let's go ahead and look at this category here. So the category has where they were using the word name. So I'm just going to say the category has a name, then has a slug, image, banner image. So I also want this to have the banner image like this, and then banner image, and then here we're just going to have banner image. Then we'll have the description also for SEO is active. Then you can see it has the department. Okay, and then it has the products. Nice. So here I'm just going to go ahead and now put the under department. I'm just going to put the categories. And now let's go ahead and remove this. Just like this. Now, one thing we can also do is, as you can see, we have this at map. Now, at map gives the tables the like the titles. So like the users table. So you can just come and see here. You say this one's going to be the departments table. And then this can just say this is going to be the categories. Categories. Now, someone might be asking themselves, what is the purpose of this index? So the index is making Prisma be aware of the possible queries that are going to be calling all the time. For instance, we're going to be doing a lot of category by index, by Slack. So it will just be aware of this, and this is going to be queried fast. This is going to make these queries have high performance because it is actually aware of this index. Okay, we can research all together about it. So if I just copy this, let's say I copy the category, and you can just open anything like ChatGPT or Cloud or whichever. I just like open DeepSeek this time, and we can just say if I have this category model, what is the use, or what is the purpose of using at index, e.g. this. Okay, we just like we can just like ask, and we see what is going to tell us what we can just like so you say in Prisma the at index attribute is used to define database indexes on specific fields or a combination of fields in your model. Indexes are important for optimizing database performance, especially for frequent query fields. So if there is a field that you are where is going to be asked a lot, then it is better you make it an index. So this will just result in faster performance. So you can see the Slack field is marked as at unique, meaning it will often be used in the where clause, e.g. where Slack is some category. So an index on Slack speeds up those lookups significantly by allowing database to locate record without scanning the entire table. So you can see the purpose of setting the at index. Then efficient filtering and sorting. So you can see they also help in the filtering and sorting. So then why not index every field? So indexes improve read performance, but comes with a trade-off: slower writes. So you're using inserts and updates or deletes are slightly slower because indexes must be updated. Storage overhead: each index consumes additional disk space. So as you can see, they come with a trade-off. So you might just like not have to make everything an index. Anyways, that is about the index. Let's continue. So the next one is the brand. So just also want to include the brand here. So let me just go back here. We can add a brand. So below the category, so we have category, and then below it we can have the brand. So the way we have here is similar to the way we have the category ID. We're just going to have the brand. Just going to have here brand ID. and then here is going to be brand, and then this is going to be also brand, and this is going to be brand ID, just like this. Okay, yeah, so the brand, we have the title, slag, banner image, so also for the brand. Then we have logo, description is active, yes, and then the products. So we can also just put at map, and then you say brands. Let's see if we did the categories. Yes. Then another one we have is going to be product. So the product has a lot of things. I'm just going to go ahead and copy the product just like this. Okay. They just go ahead and update the product. It already have a lot of things, but I'm just going to put this here. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and we see what we have. So you have title. I don't know if we had used the title name, we had used the name slag. So just going to come here and we say name instead. Product name. And then here we have slag image, and then we have product images. This is for the multiple upload, like to have multiple images. Then we have description, and then we are going to have also a summary. And then we have the is active, is featured, is deal, all these ones. Then we have the price, buying price, and the deal price. Then we have the stock quantity, low stock alert, and then we have discount. Okay, we have the discount, and then we have the category, we have the brand. Okay, then these ones are going to come later. Just going to comment them. We don't have the department directly, just going to have the category. Then it means that we're just going to remove this one. And I'm just going to add one for at map, and it's going to be products. So just going to create the products table. So the next one is going to be the banner. So we're just going to have the banners, the hero banners, the ones you're seeing on the hero section. So we'll have the banners. So let's look at the banners. We have the banner title, description, image, and then mobile image. So this one is, we need just to give this for the mobile app and also for the responsive part. Then we have the link. Now we could have also the this link target. This is basically for if someone clicks, if that should pop up, or if it should just like, we could just like remove this and we simply leave just the link like this. But just know it can be an external link. Okay, the next is let's just see the next one. Then the next is, of course, the order and the order item. So I'm just going to go here. We have order, order item, and sale. They all move together, those three. So I'm just going to go here. Let's start with an order. So when a customer adds item to cart, and then he goes ahead and he goes into the checkout, so that's where the order starts. So when he has items in the checkout, those things, that checkout page, if I could just go on a checkout page, I'll just show you in a second. It is where we just get the order details. So for instance, that would be the order number to be generated, the user who is making an order, then the name email. So like these are extra data on this user, like name, email, phone, address, city, state, country, postal code, all these ones. And then we have things like the payment status. Depending on whether I want to do this, because if he's just doing the online, it just may be just like payment success. Or anyways, we can just like have the payment status. This we can just add it somewhere down here. You add like enum, and then you say payment status, just like this. And then you can just go ahead and add, for instance, pending. We'll add others. Then another enum we have is the order status. So this is when someone presses the order, whether the order is cancelled or pending. So we can also just create the order status. Order status. Just like this. Order status. We can also leave just like the pending there. Okay, so on these ones, we are good. So we have the total amount, the order is, and then we have the payment status transaction ID. This one is going to be gotten from Stripe, I think. Then we have the order status. Then we have the tracking number. This is also going to be unique. We could just use the order number, but you might just generate another one, which is going to be a tracking number. I think this one should also be unique. Then we have the order items and then the sales. So when you order items is one individual item that is in the checkout. So this one just represents a checkout. So one item in the checkout is what you call an order item. So it has the order ID and then it has the product ID. That's why in the product, when you go to products, you're just going to find you have order items now. Okay, so you have the order items, and also the user can make this. So you can just go ahead and get these order items, and let's take them to a user. So while we have this, I'm just going to add order items here. I think it was on the order. Was it on the order or? Okay, yeah, the user makes an order, so this is going to be orders instead. So you just go to the user. So these are going to be orders instead. So just going to say orders. Okay. So let's go down. So we are on the order item. The order item, you have the product, then we have the image of the product title, the quantity, and the price. Then we have a sale. A sale is going to be linked also to the product. So you can just go to the product and let's just go ahead and add the sales just like that. So the sale, we don't need anything to do with the vendor. We're not going to make this a multi-vendor. In the future, you could just like make this a multi-vendor very easily. But right now, don't want to complicate it really. So we have the order, then we have the product here. Then we have the sale. This actually, the sale is when you actually successfully buy a single order item or one item, then we mark it as actually a sale. Okay. Okay, so now we can just add more stuff here. Pending. Maybe we add success. I'm not sure whether payments pending, then payments, the success. And then this one can be order cancelled. And then also can be in progress. They say in progress. I'm not sure how to do this. In progress, and then success, maybe. Okay. I'm just going to go to where we have some of these statuses, like on the they are on the order here. So high chances is that when you create a payment, more so like this is going to be successful. I'm just going to say this, sorry, here. I'm just going to say success for now. And then the status. In the other side, there must be, instead delivered, I think here is supposed to be delivered. Okay, so maybe by default, I'm just also going to make it delivered. Okay, just like this. But you can just like make it in transit. So of course, making an e-commerce is more than that. The schema for an actual e-commerce or a big e-commerce can really vary, but just trying to make it as simple as possible, guys. Just going to go down here. Let's give this one to be orders. Then just going to call this order items. And then this is going to be sales. Okay, so we basically have all the tables we need. We might just be changing some of these things. We change them accordingly. Okay, let me hope you have these the same as we have. Okay, so as we said, these ones are going to be changing anytime, but for now we're just going to go ahead and push this. So I'm just going to make sure I am in my API. So just go back to the API. So currently API is running. I'm just going to go ahead and stop this API. And then I'm just going to go ahead and run the npx Prisma db push. Okay. And this is going to go ahead and it will change a lot of things in our stuff. We'll have to go ahead and change a couple of things to make sure that these match. So it says that a lot have changed, as you can see. Added column in the department, category is stable without the default value. So say added required column department ID to the categories, for instance, without the default value. There are one rows here that doesn't. So we're just going to go ahead and you may use force reset flag to drop the database before they push. So we could just say do this and then -- force reset. So this one is going to drop all the tables as they said, and then we push. Okay, So they say the DB was successfully reset. Okay, so now you can see that we have done generated also the Prisma client. So basically there are a few things we need to start with. We need to do the also work on the seeding of this. Okay, so I just need the database seed. I need database seed for a few things, not all of them. I'm just going to need a few of them really. So I'm just going to copy the schema, hoping that you have the schema right now. So I just simply want to make a database seed file for a few models. So we can just going to come here and say I have my Prisma models. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste these ones. I'm just going to also just go ahead and say I want to create. In fact, just going to say that we might just modify existing seed file here. So I'm just going to say I want you to modify my seed file so that so that I can create one. I just want the departments. So just one departments. What else? We want categories. We want brands. And then we want what else do we want? Departments, categories, brands. So we want the products. So we're just also forgetting the banners. So I will just also add the banners like so. So if it can create for us these ones, we'll be able to fit them in the front end. We don't need all of them. We just simply need a few of these ones. Okay. So I can just say create departments. I'm just going to say it can create maybe, let's say, let's first look at the departments we have here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So just going to say 10 departments. Okay, 10 departments. I'm just going to say here, I have my Prisma models for an e-commerce. Okay. Then for categories, so I'm just going to say for each department, I'm just going to say create 4 categories, just like this. And I'm just going to say that for each, so for these ones, brands, I don't know how many brands it can create. I just say create like 5 brands. Maybe I just say 6 brands. Then products, just going to base on the categories. So for each category, create. So just want to create 2 products. Banners, just going to say create about maybe 6 banners, just like this. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this also, and you can just like take it to Grok. So I'm just also going to say that for images, use an splash. Okay, you can use an splash images just like that. We'll just copy this, and we can try out also like Cloud. We give it the same thing here. Okay, I think this is okay. I'm just going to paste this. Okay, let's just go and see what is going to do here. I'm not sure if I gave I'm not sure if I gave the existing I'm just going I didn't give the existing. I'm just going to go here. I'm not sure if this. Okay. I do not want to create the user, but I just wait and see. Okay, so this one used a faker. It used the faker package. Let me first look at this faker package. So they say here that the faker package tries to generate the person, location, date, commas, generates prices, product names, adjectives, and descriptions. Okay, so basically it can generate some stuff here if you want to use it. Let's see. So basically it used the faker to get this. How about the images? So for the images, also used the random here. Okay, so for all of them, I may say that this one is really brave for this. Let's look at this here. We have the Prisma client. That one we can get it. I'm just going to first get this here in the seed file. So let's just first go here. It has not used TypeScript. I'm just going to say, please use TypeScript, because it's just going to give us hard time to give types to all of those ones. So basically we have our Prisma, and then to generate the slug from the title. This is good. We'll reuse this function in some other places to generate the slug. Then generate an splash image. It gives it a width, height, and the query. Okay. You know, the width is I think that's okay. Then we have the get random price. Okay. To get random stock quantity also, and then starts the deleting process. I think this is good. Then it has the created departments. After creating the departments, then we create the categories. Okay, so let's just now see the typed version of this. First of all, I'm just going to go ahead and get the DB. So if you see here, we export Prisma from the DB. So I'm just going to go actually, we could just leave the Prisma like this. I don't know if we import it, if it will work. So if I just go somewhere, interface, okay. Let's first go down here. If I just go ahead and import the Prisma from DB. Oh, okay, it works. So just go down here. We have the departments. We have, so we can just say that these, they match the department data. So if we just want to use it, this, we have title, description, and the banner image. Okay. So we have this. We create the departments. Then we have the category data here. So category, it has electronics, fashion, So according to how it created them is not the way I want. So it has this, if you just go down to creating the categories for department of created department, is getting the category. Category is, so cats of cats, which is like for getting the category at the department title. So the most of the category data here, so create categories for each department. So it tried to get like electronics for all these fashion, sports, books, and all these ones. So it's just trying to get them here, electronics, and then puts the categories. But if you look at this, they say that I'm just going to first of all just go ahead and disable this. For fix this, disable entire file. Okay. So the problem, we get it here because of so I can just like also fix this. Just go down here. There are no problems. So apart from that, this is also okay. Then we have the brands. I'm just going to allow the console.log here. So if you just go down here, you could just disable for the whole entire file. Then the same concept is being used for the categories: smartphones, laptops, shoes, furnitures, makeup. Okay. And then we have here okay, so yeah, this is what the problem is saying expected shorthand. Since we are using the price, you can also just say disable this. Okay, we just go down here, banners. We don't need to create any user here. I'm just going to remove creating the users because we don't need to create any users here. And then we have this remove the user, the admin. Okay, so basically the problem we have there around these types. Okay. Then another one is around here, which is on this, and then another one is up here. So where we have the brand, for the brand, and then we have also the banner. So we could just go ahead and comment these out if we don't need them, not need them. So we have one, and then we have other two in between here. So you just see. So we have this plus, okay, plus this one here. I'm just going to fix this. So we have two errors. I probably think that one is very okay. So one thing I'm just also going to go ahead and do is let's go ahead and see our Prisma. So in the Prisma here, we need to make sure that we increase these transaction options, the max time, the most especially the timeout, to increase the time it for each one single transaction. Okay, so I think these two errors shouldn't stop us. I'm not sure if they are going to cause problems or not. So we could just go ahead and see if we can get the types for them. I'm just going to paste this, and then we'll just do this. Okay. So it can just give you types. Okay, so we just need here where we have this. I think this is the only thing we need. Just going to go ahead and replace it with this. Oh, this is for the departments. Just going to go for the categories somewhere. I didn't paste anything, did I? Okay. So if I just go to the second area where we have the products, I'm just going to do this. Let me just wait for it to finish. Okay. So it must have added this here. I'm just going to go down here. So where we have the products category of created categories, we have this. Just like this. And then for the categories on top here, we can also just get this. Categories. So you can see category as key of type of category data. Okay. So now let's go ahead and try to seed the data. So I'm just going to go the API and run npm. So make sure that we have the seed script inside the package.json. We will also change here. We just going to make this one as what was the name did we give it? Was it Ecommerce Pro? Ecommerce Pro. And then I will just go here. Make sure that you have the build script for this Prisma. Okay, so I'm just going to say here and just say Prisma npx Prisma db seed. So this one should just go ahead and take out this and give us the seed. So it is starting to do database seeding and saying here created categories. It is creating categories. Okay. So we have an error. So if you just look at the, it's saying that await Prisma category to create unique constant field at field slag. So there is where we are creating the same. We could just modify something a little bit here for purposes of testing. So where we have generate slag, I'm just going to change here. So I could generate and also just whatever we just do this. I'm just going to first get this. And I'm just going to say const result is equal to title. And before I do this, I'm just going to generate a random number. So const random is going to, random number is going to equal to math dot flow, okay, of math dot random, just like this. I'm just going to generate a random number between 0 and maybe 1000, and then after generating this random number, maybe just say +1. Okay, so then I'm just going to say const string is going to be equal to, so we just need to get result. I'm just going to say $result. Okay, and then I will also add the random number. Random number, just like this, and they just go ahead and return the str. So whatever result we have here, like after doing this, we can just like add some random number to make sure that these are very much unique. Okay, so if we run one more time, I guess this is going to do ahead and clean. If there is anything that we have already created, it should go ahead and first clean them. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Let's do the seed file again. Okay, so this is creating. Okay, so you can see departments 10, categories 40, brand 6, products 80, and banner 6. The seeding has been done. So we can now just say p npm Dave to go ahead and actually check in our database. Now, after doing this, we have a lot of errors we need to fix. If you just go now in the source and you go in the routes, so we have some routes here that we need first, of course, do improve. I will first of all remove the API keys, or rather I will even just like maybe rename them or something, but we don't need the API keys. So I'm just going to go here and remove this. So let's start by creating the departments. So I will just get the categories and duplicate them here and paste. I will rename these ones to be departments, just like this. And you need to rename these files to match this. So we'll have rename, we'll have the departments.handlers. Then we'll have departments.index here, departments.index. We'll have departments.schema, departments. Okay, just make sure you only replace departments.schema. And then finally departments.route, departments.route, just like this. Okay, so what you could do is instead of just like doing we could just do more faster. And how we could do more faster is providing, we already have one for categories, these 4 files. So we just want to provide this so that it can do much faster. So I will just go and say reveal. So basically for every API endpoint, we have 4 files. So one is for the schemas. This defines the database schemas, the way you see like the name, slug, image, updated, and all this. And then we have one for the routes, like this. For the CRUD operations, we have these routes. And then we have another one for handlers. This one is the one which is having the create and the Prisma create and all that. And lastly, we have the index, which helps us and have the join the handlers with the routes to create the actual router. And then this router is what we use in our app here. Okay, so what we just need is to go ahead and give cloud to give it these 4 files. So I'm just going to get those 4 files and I will just give them to cloud to go ahead and help me model those these. So I'm just going to say just give it these 4 files just like this. Okay, just like this. Okay, so you have given it 4 files. So I'm just going to say for each endpoint I create in Hono, it needs those 4 files. It needs those 4 files. The schema, just going to say here in bracket, the schema, handler, handlers, then routes, and index. I'm just going to say I have given you for categories. So I'm just going to say please update update those files for categories to match the schema, and also create for all remaining models. So we can just like see how it creates for us those 4 files. Of course, we'll be just like cross-checking them, but would have just like saved us really hours and hours of writing it from scratch. Rather, we just like simply check them. Category schema. So it has done the schema. So just going to be doing one at a time. So we can just look at the current categories, the schema. You can see it is lacking department and all those things. So we can just like add like this. So you can see it's going to need the department schema. So category schema has a name, slug, image, and then has the banner image. It has the description, it has is active, then department ID here, and then this. And then we have categories relations. And I don't know if we need these ones. Where the category has products and has also departments. Then we have this is okay. Then schema for creating a new category, create category schema, it's okay. And then the update category schema, which we simply get the create category and we say dot partial. And then type definition derived from this. We have the category input, update, and categories relations. Okay, so this is good. Department, we used it, I think, down here on this category is relations. This is like when you are just like getting back the category. I might just, we don't need this. There are some instances, of course, we might just need this, but for now, I'm just going to first take it off. So let me just go and do this. Okay. And also this here. Okay, so let's just go to other files. So it has categories, routes. Let's start with routes. Categories, routes. Let's look at the routes. Okay, so we have slash categories, listing the categories. This is okay. Now, this is why we don't want, because when you're just like fetching categories, we don't want them to come with the schema. I just want to have just the category instead. I'm just going to use the category schema here. If you just look in the category schema is this. This is what I want it to return back when you're just like fetching a category. So I don't want it to have a lot of things. So I might not need this for now. Then create, post create, then this. The response also, and by the way, for after creating the category, what I would want is to return the ID. Okay, to create just the message that the category has been created. So I might actually first go ahead and instead of this, I don't want to return the created category. I just simply want to create return just a message with maybe just object with an ID. Okay, I would want to just return the, let me just go here and just I will create, let me just go here in the schema. I might just create one more schema, an object with ID. Actually, I might just like return ID just like this, an object with the created let me just say here I just want to return, so here I just want to return I'm just going to call this ID created ID schema. This should just be ID. I don't think I need to have the param. I'm not sure how this is going to look like, but I just need this to return the ID of the created category, because that would be the only thing I just want. So here I just want to return this, just this. Okay. Then bad request, department not found, conflict. Okay, then get one. So when you're just getting one, a single category. In most cases, this is when you visit, actually like this can be ID or Slack. On the, we're just going to be routing using the Slack. So in getting single, instead of using the ID, we'll be using the Slack. Then for the responses, might just return the do we need a department? We don't need a department in that case. So for this, I'm just going to copy this one. So I know it's going to find when it has this. Let me first continue like this. But we just say for the category. Okay, anyway, it's just like doing stuff. Like just like put here slug like this, categories slug, and then the request params. Now this here, we just need to say, instead of ID param schema, I'm just going to say slug. So let me just create one for slug. Okay. So the slug is going to be just simply ID. I don't know if you need to give I'm just going to leave example only. I'm just going to say here like category. Example is going to be category name. Okay, and then I'm just going to use this on the routes here. I will just use this. Okay. Params cannot find slug. Did I export this? Yes. And then the responses, as we said, we might just need to modify a little bit. So I'm just going to go back also in the schema for the I think I commented it. This one. So category is relations schema. I don't know if there is a time we will need to have a department, but category schema extending the product, that is okay. So I'm just going to first leave it like this. Go back here. Category slug. Then I'm just going to import this. Okay. Okay. Then responses, we have error, not found, but request conflict. Then remove. This is the one for the delete. So the delete is by ID, which is very okay. Okay, so here we have 3 errors up here. These ones are for, you could just do quick fix like this. Okay, so for these ones are okay. Let's go ahead and see the handlers. So we have the handlers. So this is where actually the problems can come from. So in the handlers, I'm just going to go and let's see. Let's start with the list. Categories, it seems like the list doesn't have any problem. Create. Getting the user, let's first see how we are getting the user in the create more specific. Okay, that's okay. So we have here, if there is no user, and we're just going to go ahead and create. So check if the department exists. So we first get this. So in here, we get create route, we'll be having access to data, and we have the department ID. If there is no department, check if the slug is unique, and then we go ahead and create. Okay. So in the return, you can see that in the created, it is including department too, just in this return to include the department, but we actually don't need this to include the department. It is not necessary. Then also on the created here, we can just now leave it like this. Then there is get one, the param here is going to be slug instead. Slug. And now find the category where slug. Okay. We'll just see why it is doing that. If there is no category, so it is returning this, returning the category. So basically is including the department, which I don't think I want. Category find unique, where slug, include products, and then in the products include brand. No, we don't want this. I'm just going to simply say include include products too, just like this. Okay. So if you look at this, it's saying that the slug does not exist on ID string. So if you look at the get one route, is type of this. Oh, what did we update? I thought we updated these categories, that this supposed to be, probably must have missed. Oh, I changed this. It's supposed to be, this one's supposed to be ID and ID, ID param schema. It's supposed to be this one, get one. So this is the slug, and then the slug param schema, like this. Okay, so if we just go back this side, it should be now slug make sure this is slug actually. So slug, okay, just like this. It is still saying slug does not exist on the gate one. If you look at the slug param, it has slug string. This one is going to be slug param. Okay. So slug now is okay. We still have an error here. It is saying that JSON products summary in our description this. So you can scroll down here. So it is saying that types of the buying price are incompatible. Type number now is not type number. Buying price. So the problem is that when you are looking at these, every time you have the response, for instance, in this, and this one extends the product. That's why we have this. So we're just going to go also the product schema in a second. Let's finish the update. Okay. Remove has no problem. The problem is on the update. So if you look at the update, scroll down. This is why you can just like get easily the problem. So the saying product is missing in the type department. So probably we have to look at this update route, what it returns. So we said this, and then we're a category with relations. So after updating, remember we removed the department. Okay. Okay, so let me just go this side and make sure that in this, whatever we are returning, so you don't need to include this in the return. Like after updating the category, we don't need to include that. You can just even remove this. Anyway, I'm just going to first leave this at that. We just also go to the departments, because so we have the categories route index. So the index remains the same. You don't need to change anything at this point. Then now let's create the departments. So for the department, let's copy this department schema like so. Okay. The department is somehow easy actually. So there is department with relations. We're also just going to work on that. Then we have the handlers and the routes. So you can first go ahead and let's get the routes. Just fix the click on this fix. So we have also the department, the gate. So these ones we can just like first leave them the way they are. They don't look like they have any problem. Then we have the handlers. Okay, so in the handlers, looks like there is no any issue here in the handlers. Let's move to the next one, which is maybe brand. Okay. So you just do brand schema. So I'm just going to go here in the routes. I will do a new folder called brands. And then in the brands, I'll create the first one, brands.schema.ts. Add the schema. So we have the title, flag, logo, and all that. Let's create the second one, which is going to be the routes. So I'm just going to go here and create brands.routes.ts. Okay. So you can just also fix the order. And then the next is going to be handlers. So just going to do brands dot handlers dot ts. And finally, we're just going to do the index. So we're just going to have brands dot index dot ts. And now we can just go ahead and connect it in the app. You can just go ahead and add like brands, and then you can also add departments. And we can just like import these ones from here. So the way we have the API key, you can say like brands, for instance, routes, and then here is where you put brands, and then this is going to be brands.index. Okay. Then next one, you duplicate this. You just do the same thing to like departments. So you have departments, then routes departments.index, which we have. Then you can just go ahead and fix the sort. Then the categories are also okay. You can also fix this one is going to show it in a second. So let's go to the product. So we have the product.schema. So products.schema here. Okay. So here we have the brand schema. So the product apparently has also the brand. Okay. And then we have product.routes. Product.routes here. Then we have products.handlers. Product.handlers. And then the index does not change as such. Okay, let's just try to fix. I'm seeing in the brands we have one problem, which is saying star handlers from brands.handlers. Why is this? Let me see how I named as, yeah, I think the naming here on the brands dot handlers. Okay. Brands, I want to see this. Also, this was having some issues. I think now it should be okay. So let's go down to the products. We have also added the index, which should be okay. Let's check some of these. The schema. Let's look at the brands.schema. Brands.schema. I think this is there. I'm just going to try to import this brand. So this, just do the sorting. And then if you go back here, I think this also has the sorting. Brands.handlers. Handlers. Category. Okay, still has that problem of the update. For the route, let's go up here and see. So they have import. Just go here and let's fix. Okay, so product is good. Next, we have the banners. So I'm just also going to do this so that we can also finish the banners. Okay, the brands now, they are okay. We have only one error with the update in this, which we can look into, but otherwise we are good. Let's create one more for just going to create one more for let's create for banners. So I'm just going to have banners dot schema dot ts, and then we have banners dot routes dot ts. We'll have banners dot handlers. So just have handlers dot ts, and finally we have banners dot index like this. Banners dot index dot ts. Okay, let's just go ahead and get the ones for the banners. So we have the banners schema first. So just going to get the schema. Banner schema like this. So this is the banner. Then we have, so we have this, and then down here we have also the handlers, which it did not finish. Maybe just going to do that and just go get the routes first. Okay. Let's see. So we have the responses. So basically it's supposed to have responses, tags. So we're just going to have tags, and then we have responses with one more here. So let's go ahead and fix the position. Then we have banner index. This is okay. The only problem we have is now the handlers. Okay. They just get the handlers. Okay, there is one problem in the index, which I think is banners.handlers, which is also okay now. So next is the orders. So we can also have the orders. I will have the order schema. So we just go here, create a new folder for orders, and in the orders are just going to have orders.schema.ts. Okay, and then we just have orders.handlers.ts. Then we have orders.routes.ts, and finally we have orders.index. orders.index.ts. Okay. So I'm just going to start with orders.schema. So let's get the schema for the orders. Okay, we already have the orders. So here we just simply need to fix it's saying cannot find the module this order items. So this was for orders or order items. Okay, this was for order. We need to create, I think, ones for the order items, because order items does not necessarily have the routes. Okay. We'll have one folder here for the order items, and then we'll have this. I think we should just like have this from, I feel like the schema for the order item. Create update. Is there anywhere we're going to use like the update order item? But anyways, I'm just going to go ahead and add it here. I'm just going to create order item dot schema dot ts. I'm just going to add it under orders, since it is not going to have a routes. Then in this, I'm just going to go ahead and import it, the order item schema. Okay. So you just add other things in the order. We have the handlers. Let's first put the routes. So orders the routes. I'm just going to go ahead and add this. And then let's copy the handlers. Okay, so this has a lot of issues. I think we just go through them. Then we have index. Okay, so which has we have all of them. Finally, there is a user schema. I don't think we have changed the user schema because we actually have a user here. I don't think we have changed anything in the user schema as such. Okay. The only thing is that I'm just going to look at the role, for instance, where we have the user or enum. I think everything is okay here in the user schema as such. Let's see if there is anything. There is nothing here. Okay, so after this, we need to connect all these ones in the app. So if you just go in the app here, we're just going to bring in more things. So we have, for instance, the orders. Okay, we have the orders, and we can go ahead and add the orders. What else do we have in the routes? Banners, brands. So we have the brands. Then we have categories, which we already have. We have departments. Then we have orders. I think that's it. Products. Then we have stats, which we have not tackled stats in any way, but we have stats. I think everything looks good. I'm just going to simply reorganize this. Okay. One more thing I'm just going to do is updating the home page. So if you look at this, we have two home. I left this one, the index, if you want to have the home in this format, but I'm just going to go ahead and delete this. We just go ahead and update this index. So if you look at the index, it has this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to update this. Okay, so I'm just going to say that I want you to update the home page of my e-commerce. API, Ecommerce Pro API. Okay. Just say explain the I don't think just need event, just going to update the home page of my Ecommerce API, and remember the link to the docs. Remember to add the links to the docs. So just want it to simply go ahead and update the this. Okay, so it's going to just simply update so that we can add it here. So the only problems we have are on the orders, which is sort of expected. Okay. When it comes to these handlers getting an order and all this, I'm not going to mind a lot on it right now. Okay. You can see types of the user are incompatible and so on and so forth. Okay, so I just want to also start here. Let's first look at the errors we have. Reference cannot product schema. Okay. We stop the server. And let me just copy this. Let's go to the home page. And I'm just going to go ahead and start the server. So let's just go ahead and start npm dev. Okay, it seems we have the same problem. Let me just see. So if you look at this in the source index, it's saying that product schema for some reason. Where are we referencing the product schema? Okay. Okay, it is inside the categories schema on line 21. Categories.schema. I don't know why, because that doesn't look like there is. It's a reference error, cannot access products schema before initialization. What is it just saying? Cannot access product schema before initialization. Isn't this product schema coming from the products? I don't know what's going on right now. It's saying products dot z dot array. It is trying to reference products where we have here the just go back to the categories. It's trying to reference here products, this one. And it's saying we cannot access before initialization. I don't understand that error for sure, because we have these, we have them here initialized, and for that sake, oh my god, we still have the same error. So what if I do this? So now it is in the product saying that the same thing. In the brand, that is products. In here where we have this, I don't know what's wrong with this here. I'm just going to go ahead and first comment this. Okay, server is running. So it means if I just go to localhost 3000, 8000, I just want to see what's there. Okay, Ecommerce Pro API, complete products ready. So far endpoints, then the features, quick guide. Think this looks good. Okay. The good thing is it has added this. Okay. So we can just simply say view API. And yeah, we have this. That means that you can go to departments, try this department thing. Yeah, and you can see we have the departments, and then you can cross and we go to categories. We can just go to categories, and we should have also the categories, and you can see the return department. I don't know if we need the we need to return the department in the category. We might just not need that. Yeah, but so far this is good. We have the whole entire API. So far, not all of them, but at least we have departments, users. Where are the banners? Let's first add the banners. So we can just go to app, and then we can just simply add the banners. Okay. We can just add the banners down here. Let's go ahead and add the banners. Do they just add them like this? I would just add like users first, and then we have like departments, then we have like categories, then brands, then products, then orders. So we also have somewhere the banners. Okay, so we can reference and we will have banners. Yeah, so we have the banners. Okay, so basically the API is good. So what we just need is to update. Let me see the time. So basically what we need is updating this API to work together with the app. Connecting them this side. Okay. But for now, let's just like stop on this. I wish you could fix the errors we have one by one. The others have a lot of errors. I don't know why. They just be starting from the banners. Banners don't have any problem. Categories don't have problem. I left when the categories they had a problem with update. I don't know what thing it worked. This it worked before. After just like putting categories with relations, we might just like actually create the endpoint, because if you just go back now to the routes, more especially the one of gate one here, and now it is supposed to return these categories with relations. Right now, if you just look at it, it doesn't have anything. Supposed to update this to have the product. I don't know why the product schema didn't actually work. So when you add this, it actually makes an error automatically. Let's first leave it like that. Then for this, getting the orders. Listing the orders, we list here there is a user, then there is order items, then there is count. I'm not sure if we need all these details when we are listing the orders. I just like only need the list. If you go here on this in the routes, we just need to we'll have the order detailed page. I don't think like when listing the orders we need the user, then we need the order items. We might just need the order items actually and listing them. Let's just leave it just like this. So I'm just going to first leave it like this. Because the properties here, they're just like putting for the user. But I'm just going to first leave it like that. Yeah, so this is our work for episode 1 and episode 2. So I think in the third episode, we're just going to connect them so that our front end can consume it, and also the mobile app can also consume that. I'm not sure if this is still working. If I go to the mobile, try to refresh. Did the products change? I'm not sure. But if you refresh, we might just need maybe to change a few things. I don't know what about the web. The web might have also broken. I'm not sure. If we changed things. Oh, okay. So here we have all these categories, and then down here we have the products, which is nice that we have that. Okay, good. So this will be good now to simply change the UI and let me just do reload for the app. Yeah, so you can see that we have all these products now. Really many products. The images might be not actually working because you can see the images are not showing, which has no problem. We'll fix that. But so far, this is really good. Yeah. So in our first episode and the second episode, let's just like stop here. We'll resume in the next episode. Thank you so much for watching this. I will see you in the next one.